Hello. Welcome. Well, excuse me. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Jack. Welcome, Australsage. Welcome, Ilya. Oh boy. Have you found any? Miracles! Thank you so much! Welcome in! I love the watch along. I'm so happy I could finally make one. That is wonderful. Again, I can't wait for the summer. They're like always in my afternoons, which are wonderful, except like so often I am either like working or on a grand gig venture on my like days off. It's very lucky. I was very happy things lined up. And welcome King Jackhammer and welcome Krua, and I will engage Wobble Moog in just a second. I need to like set up a macro for Wobble Moog or something. But instead I do the very scuffed, just loading the file. Whoa. Oh, sorry, 1 second. There, I think my, like, controller was plugged in and registering as pointing slightly up or something. A few technical difficulties in engaging Wobble Mode, but here I am. It's going well. I'm a bit exhausted. I did like a ton of hiking 2 days ago and then a moderate amount of hiking yesterday. Welcome, Archibald. And in combination, I think that kind of, I'm not, like, I've only really been going on these big nature walks and stuff over the last couple months, so my body isn't fully used to it and I'm just exhausted. Hey, welcome to Kazumeth. Yes, this is the fabled Wobble Mode. It's a pretty rare sight. It gets redeemed like once every few weeks. If that even. Welcome, Derby Diver. Welcome. And yeah, I saw bald eagles. I posted about this in the Discord, but that was crazy. They're like, there are parts of the US where they're not that uncommon, but here in the East Bay, they're really not a common sight. So I found out about this nest a couple days ago. Yeah, and they sound so silly. They make like really goofy noises to the point where like movie studios and media will always just like dub over eagles with like red-tailed hawk sounds because they sound too silly in actuality, which is wonderful. I wonder if I can just pull that up. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm like very jealous about certain places where they're just like a common sight. Yeah, red-tailed hawk is a classic like bird of prey sound, but they sound quite silly. Let's see if we can pull it up. Yeah, isn't that wonderful? I love them. I love that sound. So yeah, I did my like usual nature walks, got a few new birds I hadn't seen before. There's a lot of western flycatchers. I think it's just they were away for the winter, and I only like very recently got into birding. Actually, let me see if I can pull up one of my pictures of them. So here's here's one photo I took of them. They're very cute. I love them, and look at those big eyes and their beaks. And I got this very silly photo as well, like I'm quite happy with. I love when you get like a nice front-facing shot of a bird. I think that's just delightful. But that was actually, yeah, so a couple of days ago was my first time seeing them, but now they're like, I hear them everywhere, so I think they're just out for the winter and they're finally back. Hey, welcome Big Honeybug, and welcome Borb Fan, yeah. So those are my bird updates, the now regular segment of Young Station's bird updates. But yeah, everyone should get into birding. Install Merlin on your phone, go on walks, listen to the birds, look out for them. It's so fun. And welcome Borb Fan, welcome. I know, the like little spherical ones are so good. We have like bush chicks here, and when it's cold they get all like puffy, and it's extremely cute. Yeah. Yeah, birds rule. Anyways, I think that's my update. That's been my life the last couple of days. Oh yeah, they don't. They're like much more common in Europe, I think. Like bush ticks and stuff. Yeah. There's a lot more ticks in Europe. But yeah, they would make sense that New Zealand wouldn't have any. I feel like your bird situation is very different down there. You do have some pretty wonderful birds, though. Yeah. I'm so excited, like, for like, between like work and family stuff, I do occasionally get to travel, and the prospect of traveling is so much more exciting, even just to like, you know, a few states over or something, now that I know that they're like, now that I'm collecting things, now that's like an opportunity to expand my Pokédex, you know, it's like much more exciting. So like, I might go to somewhere over the summer with family, and I've like been like daydreaming about all the different birds I can see there. Exactly. Yeah, Australia's amazing. When I lived in Australia, I was not at all into birds yet, but even I had to like just be in awe of the stuff I'd see just like walking around. I was like very lucky because I was in like Canberra, which is like the wildest city in Australia from what I gather. At least like the wildest like quite populated city. Like there are just kangaroos everywhere, a ton of amazing birds. Anyways, let's spin. Oh yeah, adjectives first, I suppose. Let's spin our first adjective. Yeah, absolutely. Tidy is good. It can both be like how like well kept they look. Like, it's good to have the default of if it looks like it's kind of a mess in the photos we see. That would be some level of indication. Because I don't know how much, like, we'll really read about how much of a mess they make, right? That doesn't sound like typical Chiba stuff. Yeah, the ibises are, like, such cool aliens to me. Yeah, I love ibises are so good. Let me spin another one. Bulky. Bulky is like a nice straightforward one. The wheel's going easy-ish on me. I don't think Tidy will be the easiest thing in the world. But it's quite fun. I can't complain about Tidy. And Higgledy Piggledy, Jam Hongo special. Hell yeah. Yeah, these are very strong. Hey, welcome, Valerie. True. Can I get away with? No. Wow, they're gonna need to shrink the font or do something else. Can I just, does that look horrendous? It looks pretty bad. I don't think this is enough margin. I guess I could, wait, my genius strikes. There we go. Now that looks fine. Higgledy Piggledy is an extremely strong addition from Jam Hongo. But there is some weird, don't you feel Tidy and Higgledy Piggledy are gonna kind of pull us in opposite directions? It's hard for me to envision a very tidy and yet very higgledy-piggledy creature, but I'm sure, like, you know, they're not quite opposites. Such a thing could certainly exist. Wait, that's way too small. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, you could... It could be like Tiggy in a very higgledy-piggledy thing. Like, I'm imagining something like running around its burrow, making sure everything's organized. Yeah, squirrels might be extremely Tiggy and extremely higgledy-piggledy. Exactly, something that kind of like is always like in a frenzy, keeping its like burrow organized, is what I'm imagining. Yeah, no, that's definitely... I think squirrel could do very well on those two. It's gonna be tough to max things out, because you're gonna also need to be bulky. Maybe we'll, like, roll Lord Baxkin's giant squirrel, the mammoth squirrel that's like 3 meters tall, and then it's just gonna crush everything. Let's get a fourth roll. It's like an incredibly... Some squirrels do look quite muscular. I want to say some squirrels do... Trying to think. Tasty. Yeah, or we just get Lord Baxkin's giant squirrel. Tasty, oh boy. Hey, welcome previous Woodgear. Welcome. Yeah. They definitely exist. Okay. I think it's time I disengage. Wobble mug. 1 second. We have not Hagbos like that's cow, right? That's just real regular cow. The only like iconic barn animal, all the like super iconic creatures, unless I missed one, but I don't think I have, all the like extremely iconic creatures are featured clips. I'm using Twitch's horrible featured clips feature just as like a way of quickly checking which of the really big guts have we gotten. But there've been a few close calls, like I probably should have ruled one way or the other. Like there's probably a few I should add in there. Like groundhog I think is not in there, but that's probably good enough if like mandrill's in. I don't think it makes sense to have mandrill but not groundhog. Good question, yeah. I don't know if Bep's being lamp tortured currently. Cause yeah, exactly. Like cow and pig, unfortunately, getting 250 today, and those have not been rolled yet. I wonder if cow or pig could actually... Oh my god, pig! Pig! Think about pig today. Well, Tiggy is rough, but maybe pigs are actually like obsessed with cleanliness. Maybe we'll like learn this as we research them. Because surely a pig has to score highly in higgledy-piggledy. Pigs are very clean. Okay, there we go. I just think of them rolling around in mud, which kind of contradicts that. Extremely bulky, extremely tasty, and like almost definitionally hit. Could a pig get a perfect score today? It'd be hard for me to justify giving 250 out of 250 to any animal that loves in Tiggy, to any mammal that loves to roll around in mud, but it sounds like there's some pull in that direction from what you all are saying. Is tasteful an adjective? I think it is, right? Like, but I don't know if it's on the wheel. Welcome, Ash. Interesting. Yeah, I agree that clean and tidy are a bit separate, but clean is probably the closest thing we're gonna get to information on tidiness. Hey, welcome, Jim. Did you see we rolled one of your adjectives? We have higgledy-piggledy today. Your submission. Yeah, welcome in. And I guess with all that out of the way, let's roll mammal. Yeah, we were all in agreement that this was a wonderful adjective, very strong addition. Oh, definitely a beaver would like, yeah, crush. Cryptotis is Volk, right? Or no, small-eared shrew. Cryptotis is small-eared shrew, I'm pretty sure. Because crypto is like invisible almost. And kiss is always ear. Yep, the wandering small-eared shrew. What a beautiful name. Wandering is such a good descriptor. Oh man, we are nearing 100. Hey, welcome, circle back. Yeah, first try shrew. That's pretty huge. That's a really good find for this run. Suggestion Ecuador. Hell yeah. Oh, wonderful Fogo. Oh my god. Ho ho ho, the wandering shrew. I'm sad to use Ecuadorian here because wandering is so much of a better descriptor, and like the wandering shrew paired with this image is just something just beautiful about that to me, you know? Yeah. Shrews have the tiniest of eyes, and it's quite wonderful. You're true. Yeah, they do really feel heading in that direction. But I think they've been evolving very slowly. My understanding is like the very first mammals were quite shrew-like. So it might be even more. Oh, that's quite wonderful. Look at that tiny eye. Just frolicking on the flowers. Yeah, very good. They really, you can like see how much they are mole relatives in photos like this, right? This really is just a tiny like pinky sized mole, which is quite crazy. That whole order, the like true insectivores or whatever they are, they're like Potifla. Potifla. There we go. Wonderful order right here. You've got moles, hedgehogs, shrews, desmonds, which we all love. No, since discovering. Alces, amazing, wonderful. I'm gonna need to like conduct a survey. Jim keeps putting like regular chaggers as adjectives. I'm gonna need to like conduct a community survey of what chaggers look for in mammals, so I know what to do when we finally roll one of them. Welcome A Squared, welcome. It would be quite a funny thing to do regardless. It's helpful in the case of like someone who, you know, like if I ever get muscular, that's gonna score very highly in Alces, amazing. Like for some people it's easier, because it's like something should go off. Might be an epigial forager, making it terrestrial. It would be tempting. No, if they're like here, that would be wonderful. Even if they're just here for a bit and they can just give me some pointers on what you look out for, that's wonderful. That would be wonderful. My fear is that they'll like, you know, either be asleep or whatever, just unavailable when I do roll it. But yeah, if I get one of those, I would be very tempted to just like, if they'd be willing, just have them on, just impromptu call them up and ask them what they think. But even just doing it through chat would probably be quick enough. If they were there the whole time, they could just like submit a score without an explanation for each one, and I think that would be quite funny. The one thing that makes me worry about doing something like that is I wouldn't want to feel like I'm just holding one person hostage the entire stream. Like surely it's like a bit messed up to have like a stream bit that depends on one person being in chat for the entire length of the stream, right? Described as uncommon but stable population. Hell yeah. They eat the normal bug stuff. Medium to large in size. So maybe a big of bulky Cragget, but bear in mind we're talking 6 to 8 inches. So like what? Like, sorry, 6 to 8 centimeters, so like 3 inches long. Which is giant for a shrew, but you know, tiny on any other scale. Are they bulky though? Because that's different. There's like a little bulk here. Right? Like for a shrew, it's not like the thinnest shrew. There's like some muscle going, there's some like size going on here. There's some bulk. I'm gonna give this like a 170 bulky and everyone's gonna scream at me. But there's a big of bulk here. Tidy. I feel like shrews are just always like hunting and eating and hunting and eating. I don't think they have time to like maintain any tidiness. I bet like a shrew's burrows is just like a horrible mess. Like not because it doesn't want to keep things clean, but just because every like living moment of its day has to be spent either searching for food or eating food. Bulky 100. Yeah, no, I was joking about 170. I'm not giving it 170. But yeah, I am thinking of giving it something like a 100. But yeah, I don't think it's tidy at all. They're just like such frantic. They're extremely higgledy-piggledy though, shrews in general. But yeah, I think I like 103 bulky. It's somewhat insane. This picture looks a lot less bulky though, maybe more like an 82. But I think they're extremely higgledy-piggledy. Like they live these 1 hour days and they're just like always running around. You know, just like for a short period of round, it's like running around frantically looking for food and then sleeps for an hour and then runs around frantically looking for food and so on. Tasty? Shrews? I think shrews are like the one animal I've never heard descriptions of people eating them. Probably mostly because they're just so small, right? They're probably like all bones. Like dormice were a delicacy in Roman times, but shrews, they've got like, I guess this one's kind of chubbier than most shrews, so if you had to eat a and it's like bigger than most shrews, so I guess if you had to eat a shrew, it would probably be this one. They are quite pop in your mouthable too. But that's different. I think there's a very important difference between tasty and pop in your mouthable, and pop in your mouthable is on the wheel, right? So we have to heed by pop in your mouthables. Like, you know, this is the stream about semantic differences. That's secretly what this stream is about. Really, it's all about the adjectives, and the mammals are just the medium through which we think about them. I don't believe this, but I think it would be awesome if it was true. I think it'd be really awesome if we like really spent a lot of time scrutinizing exactly what the difference is between tidy and clean, if such a difference exists. Actually, I think so. Shrews are really very frantic animals, and I think the fact that it's like explicitly described as wandering, that has to be one of the most like higgledy-piggledy adjectives you ever just see in a creature's name, right? Like normally they don't mention behavior at all, or like only very mundane parts of it. So I think wandering bumps it up even higher. Kind of big forest shrew. It's the usual bug stuff. Alright, let's spin an adjective. It is quite baked potato. Yeah. No, I think that's true. Like, I think the shrew is like somewhat dirty and extremely disorganized. There may be more shrews. Welcome, double dot. Welcome. But this is a bat, yeah. Rhino, Lophus, leaf nose. That doesn't get much more explicit than that. But it's always confusing because there are bats like a called leaf nose bats in their common name. And Rhinolophus is horseshoe, which I think is just a kind of leaf nose bat. But I don't even know if leaf nose bat is really like a. No, it must be. No? Yeah, I don't know if like leaf nose bats are even. Yeah. Is Lophus even leaf? I always just assume that because it sounds like it. Oh, so what is it? It knows what? Crest? Okay, the crestignones. Are there any other derived? Just other biology words? Welcome, Nimmerniman! Welcome! Okay, that was our linguistic adventure. I hope we don't have to use these images. These are really quite grim. Oh, awesome! Is this one even like? No, this one person suggested it is, and like no one agrees with this. I think this picture is actually BS. Would you have an illustration at least? Number 30. Whoa, awesome face. Very strange. I kind of love it. It is so... I don't even know how to describe it. It's so fictional looking. It does not look real in the slightest. This is like some, like, you know, friendly giant fantasy creature. I think it's definitely hurtling. Yeah. It is. He's Mass Effect guy, and against the beast that gives you sage advice in the forest. That's messed up. You should be allowed. Incredible. This is what we're Bokhara, right? Do you think they're gonna tell us how tiny this creature is? Do you think Gbif is gonna say that this creature keeps all of its belongings neatly sorted in boxes? It could. Says insectivorous, feeding largely on lepidopterans. Those are like moths and butterflies, right? And occasionally other bugs. Some bat has probably invented like Dewey Decimal by now. They have gay roofs and abandoned mine shacks. Gao evening or afternoon, Greydra. Welcome, welcome. Greetings. Least concern? Is there nothing about these? I guess abandoned mine shops. The like saving grace for a lot of these ultra obscure backs is that they live in like kinda cool places. So I mentioned the fortress is close to the ground and probably around cluttered with vegetation areas. If it's hanging out with cluttered with vegetation areas, that doesn't sound very tidy, right? That sounds quite disorganized. It's like next to nothing, that's all we have. For a bat, this is like shockingly bulky. Like look at that. Look at those like incredibly broad shoulders. Look at just how, I don't know how much bulk there is. Higgledy piggledy? They migrate. That's a little higgledy piggledy. I don't know. This one's tough, tasty. No, this thing looks too small. Like a flying fox, sure, that's probably pretty good. This thing is like, I don't know, this thing is gonna be like bony and stringy, I think. I don't think this is gonna be tasty, but I think I'd rather eat this than the shrew. Sage, forest creature, I absolutely agree with. Lives in abandoned mine shafts? I like how it's kind of poking here. I think that's good. Oh yeah! Didn't Ozzy Osbourne like massively regret that or something? And instead of just like, I don't know, I'm probably hallucinating. Yeah, yeah, no, it was Axe again, you're right. He thought it was a toy bat and Big X's head off. But it was like, the insane part is someone threw a live bat on the stage. And yeah, how'd you get like rabies shots and stuff? No, it's an insane story. But yeah, I also don't get, how'd you pick up a bat and still think it's a rubber toy? I get seeing a bat thrown on stage and thinking it's a rubber toy. How do you pick up a bat and think, oh, this is a rubber toy? Yeah, the skill. I know, that's insane. Yeah, I guess so. Insane. Yeah, I guess it's possible. Oh, speaking of squirrels, we were talking earlier about how squirrels might do exceptionally well in some of these. It's the Lunga rope squirrel. I remember reading about the rope squirrels because I wanted to know why they were called that. And I don't remember if I ever succeeded. But I was curious about it before. No Fogos on an Actualis. Very poorly known with little information, sightings have not been reported since the mid-1900s, probably uncommon or rare. Oh jeez. So it's 281 on here. God, the wheel has not been going easy on us. Oh, I like its pink stripe. I like this color a lot. It's very fun because it's otherwise a very drably colored squirrel, but then they just add these like salmon highlights to it. Yeah. This image is actually also from Handbook of Mammals of the World, but more importantly, this is not from the bag edition. We know they get the trip by Tony Lobbit. I like to imagine Tony just put his foot down and said, no, I am not illustrating 1,000 backs for you. I've done enough. Oh yeah, some people say salmon? That's crazy. Wait. Or salmon? What? How'd you say it without an L? No, I only have ever said salmon. Oh, thanks, Say Square. That clears it up. Salmon? Salmon is crazy to me. Whoa. I wonder what the Givig is. Or maybe maybe it's just one of these things where... No, but surely I've like heard enough people say it. Like I'm not just insane for this. Maybe everyone else says... Well, I guess at least Valerie says it my way. I wonder. Wait, I'm curious now. Wait, okay, apparently I'm a Traeger. Apparently no one in my homeland says it the way I do. Brutal. Southern US? Oh no, southern... Yeah, wait, what the hell? How do I say it the southern US and Philippines way? That's insane. I think I just, like, assumed that was how it was pronounced from books. And no one ever, like, corrected me. Did you think, like, Torontonian English is a lot more Americanized than a lot of other parts of Canada? That's crazy. That's really interesting. Do you all know about the one Canadian English grammar construction? Do you all know about the one grammatical difference between Canadian English and American English that I am aware of? I want to say it's that because, like, most of the differences are, like, linguistic differences, right? Most of the differences are, like... Sorry, most of them are, like, vocabulary differences, right? It's like, oh, you know, in Canada we say X instead of Y. Or, like, pronunciation differences. But those are, like, those are small potatoes, right? The cool stuff is, like, syntactical differences, like grammatical differences, and this is the only one I'm aware of, which is, I'm done my beer is grammatically acceptable in Canadian English. Or, I'm done my homework. And every time I explain this to an American, they're like, that's insane, that sounds so weird. And every time I explain this to a Canadian, they're like, what the hell, that's just how you say it. Yeah. No, it's crazy. And, like, I think very few Canadians are aware of this distinction. Like, are aware that this construction is not considered natural anywhere else. Yeah, Americans can't be done their homework. Yeah, like, most Americans, like, understand what you mean, but it sounds weird to them. Interesting, so New Hampshire might also have it. Yeah, it is omitting with, but there's, like, I don't know, you can read about this. But this is, like, if you look up, let me see if it's, like, featured on the Wikipedia article for Canadian English, because I wouldn't be surprised. This is one of the main ones. But yeah. Americans would include with, or I'm done drinking. They need a verb. You can't just be done something. Or you could just be done. You could, in American English, omit my beer entirely. You could, like, gesture towards your beer and say, I'm done, I guess. But I'm done my beer. And the horrible thing is, I've, like, talked about this distinction long enough, and I guess I've lived in the US for a number of years now, that this is starting to sound weird to me, and I have to, like, second guess myself that this was ever normal, which is, like, incredibly fucked up. Yeah, I'm done my work. I think, yeah, I'm done my work or I'm done my homework are, like, even more natural sounding examples to me. But it's like one of these things where if you're, like, a Canadian and you start to think about it too long, it might start sounding weird, but just, like, watch yourself talking for a while or watch people you know talking for a while and you will start catching it. Yeah, wait, let me hide this capture and yeah, here's the Wikipedia section about it. Yeah, finished, I guess. I guess we just use the word done in the way Americans use the verb finish when they can't do that. They're not allowed to do that. Yeah, Lexcurg after you're done all the coffee sounds very natural to me. Yeah, I'm finished my homework sounds insane to me. I have finished my homework sounds like so weirdly formal to me. I have finished my homework, Gog. Imagine talking like that. But yeah, I've done my homework. Sounds very natural. Yeah, exactly, Valerie. This is like, this was shocking to me when I first learned it, that this is a regionalism. And like, if it was surreal to see my friends be weirded out by that construction. And again, I think this is much funner, because like, vocabulary differences are really fun, but I'm just like used to those at those points. Those no longer shock me, that like whatever stupid like word I had for some gizmo isn't the same as the one they use here. But, like an actual grammatical difference is like crazy to me. Yeah, exactly, Nimmerniman. I finished my homework also sounds weird to me. It again sounds like weirdly stuck up almost. I'm done my homework. Just say it normal. Mammals. Anyways, I should go on these cantions more. Oh, we have a map? We have a map? So the green areas are acceptable. Also, it does exist in the US a bit. Seemingly around Philadelphia. And yeah, up in the north, like near the Canadian border there. I always wonder, like, one data point in all of Alabama claims it's acceptable. I always feel like it's easy to, like, trick yourself on these things. But done with, to me, almost sounds like you're giving up on it. Welcome, Alibe. We're going on a brief Canadian-English syntactical differences tangents. But mammals have been... We've had really good adjectives and very strange roles. Some pretty obscure ones. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, done with... It's like, oh, I'm done with this. I go, yeah, exactly. Your homework has not been going well if you're done with it. Sorry, I just had to. This all started with me pronouncing the L in salmon. Salmon. Now I'm joking how I say it, but I definitely don't say salmon. That sounds unnatural to me. Maybe everyone around me did, but I definitely don't. So I had to redeem myself with a bit of Canadianism. I'm so sorry. We have the Lunga rope scroll, we have a picture of it. And we have the only information is it might prefer mosaic forests and was last seen like 80 years ago or something. Tidy. Yeah, we said squirrels were very tidy. Not really bulky. Quite higgledy-piggledy. I feel like roasted squirrel's like a classic 19th century snack, you know? I bet they're pretty good. Really good pink stripe. We like haven't seen any in the last 80 years, so that's kind of all I got for you. Yeah. Yeah, probably pretty gamey, but I think squirrel's probably fine. I think squirrel's probably pretty good. Crocidura is gonna, whoa, the other shrews, the beside, I mean, yes, the lesser large-headed shrew. We've been getting a lot of really good common names for shrews. Lesser large is really good. The lesser large hegging is great. Like the main thing is tiny and the heg is giant is what I'm imagining. No photos, shockingly. No information about activity. Wide distribution is considered quite common, making up large proportion of shrew communities. Shrew communities is a great phrase. Where it is found, it might be locally threatened by habitat destruction. That's unfortunate. 6 to 9 centimeters, as long as the other one, which is weird because it's the lesser one, and the other one was like described as remarkably large for a shrew. Or like, okay, I'm exaggerating. It's like a medium to large shrew. Wait, that's messed up. It's small to medium size when it's slightly larger than the medium to large size shrew we got last time. There's 223 in this image. But yeah, it does look quite a lot smaller than all the other ones. It actually doesn't look... They said 65 to 90 centimeters. Which is crazy, because it definitely isn't. This is like 55 centimeters head to body length. They just lied. Welcome, Tengu Gemini. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Again, I think shrews are too busy to worry about keeping things tidy. No, yeah, see, this one is less bulky than the previous shrew, even though it might be larger. But yeah, shrews are very higgledy-piggledy. I don't think they're tasty. Again, having just had a shrew makes this a lot easier. Small to medium sized shrew that's marginally larger than the medium to large sized shrew we got a few rolls ago. Lesser large piggy is pretty good. Well, I don't know from personal experience, maybe someone here does. But again, I was saying, I think shrews are like one of the only mammals that I never hear descriptions of people eating them. And what was the shrew community thing? How? Yeah. I just put shrew communities. I think the context gets good enough. Welcome, Mage. Welcome, welcome. And welcome, Gum. Sorry, the camouflage in the Young's One business shrews. Anyways, I think an ag is a boat to start. So we'll see you all in a second. Hello, welcome back everyone, welcome. Sorry, let me adjust my mic 1 second. Hello. Alright, mammals. Let's spin another. Chesicus Kobayashi. Chesicus feels new, but there are too many to keep track of at this point. Kobayashi's bat. Not Kobayashi's leaf nose bat, not Kobayashi's flying foot, just Kobayashi's bat. The hell is Chesicus? The house bats. Oh, there's a number of these, and I have had a couple. Right, Bobrinski. Can't believe I forgot about the big brown bat. Great name. Or Bobrinski's serotonin. Great name. Yeah, I just named after Kobayashi. I figured. Like, I feel like a third of the time this is just gonna be someone's surname. Inactive taxon? Oh, it's left just no. Oh, it got merged? Wait. Synonym of a subspecies. Oh, thank God. I do not have to review Kobayashi's bat. Let's go. It's just a subspecies of some other guys. Weird that like Wikipedia doesn't even acknowledge this. The mouse like Cerekin is a subspecies of this guy. And I can even confirm that yes. Wait, no? Have we already... Oh, or is it this? It's probably Pachyotis. Maybe? No, that's different. That's really fun! That's great! I always wonder how stuff like that reads, yeah. I feel like, because I think in practice, it's only when you like call it out that people catch it. I've never had someone like, I mean, it's probably a matter of politeness, but no one really backs an eye, I think, for the most part, when you say it wrong in an American, unless they like really pay attention. It's one of these things where they'll just insert the word with, because they're so used to hearing that. Like, I've never had someone say, oh yeah, I've noticed you doing that, and I think this is kind of like a rare occurrence. Okay, what's weird is the thing is now classified as a subspecies of does not seem to be on my list. But whatever, this species is a subspecies, maybe the thing is a subspecies of it on there, maybe it's not. But I think I just have to move on by my own rules. I am slightly lost as to what is happening with this Eptesicus, but not my list, not my problem exactly. Crunomys fallax. Yes! The shrew rat. Again, if it's a rat shrew, I would count it, but as a shrew rat, I cannot. Though the hyphen makes it even more borderline. Because if it was shrew space rat, then shrew would be clearly an adjective. But the fact that it's shrew hyphen rat is, it almost makes it sound like some hybrid shrew rat, you know? It almost feels neutral between these two descriptive nouns. Maybe I should give program a half increment. We should be at shrew count 92.5 now. And you know, it just like plays only the left half of the video, only in the like left audio channel. That could kinda go crazy. No illustration, oh come on. But we, oh wait, no, we have this! Wait, this is lovely. Look at the smile! I'm so pissed we had to invent cameras and like take away this being the standard way of documenting creatures. Look at that. I know. Look at that smile. Did you see it? No, it's so children's book illustration. Yeah. The foot here is extremely creepy. I was thinking about that too. It's like weird because it's almost like a bird foot or something. It's like all toes, right? There's like very little foot parts of the foot. Like the toes separate way too early. Bizarre. All of these illustrations are always by Joseph Smith. Northern Luzon shrew rat. Known only by the holotype. Critically endangered. When was the holotype collected? Are there true specimens reported as such, but turned out to be something else? Probably, well, 1897 it seems, so that's when the description is. Awesome, love a creature only known from one specimen collected in 1897. Small eyes, grayish-brown, relatively spiny dorsal pelage. Awesome. That has been Chuge's rat that has only been seen once in 1897. It does look tidy. It looks like it keeps everything very organized. It does not look bulky. It does not look higgledy-piggledy. It looks extremely calm to me. Bit more than, like, the shrew. Barely. More than that, I think. Classic of stream. Small rat thing we collected once in 1897 and haven't seen since. Good illustration though. Yeah, I'm very lucky to have been able to see tree scampers more than once. Let's spin a mammal. Oh god. Lagenorhynchus cruciger. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, I had no idea how many like crazy patterns there were on cetaceans before this tree. It's wonderful. Look at those little orcas. Isn't that beautiful? They are quite Lugia. Oh my god, yeah. They really are. They were called sea cows, which is, unfortunately that name is already taken, right? By like dugongs or whatever, because these are much more fitting. I'm with them there. Or sea skunk, that is wonderful. Cruciger comes from cross carrier. That's so dramatic. Vaguely resembles a Maltese cross, I guess. Not really. Oh hell yeah, Caragil Fuego mention. But yeah, just good range, just like way down there in Antarctica. God. Not engager? That's good. They are just beautiful creatures. Swap genera. Oh wow. Oh my god. God, dolphin watching must be kind of sick. Like, what just, like, insane, majestic creatures, you know? Wow. God, seeing an orca would be so cool. Sick! Oh yes! Oh yes! Wait, can I use this? Dolphins! Exclamation mark. Approximately 10 dolphins, 300 to 400 meters. Couldn't say with detail, but fast and active, creating splashes which originally attracted my attention. Fin tall and sharply curved position. Yeah, wonderful. I love this drawing so much. This is so good. This is wonderful. Observe 2004, submit 2021. I love these when like someone submits. Sometimes you get like much larger time gaps than even that. But like when someone goes through their like old journal and tries to figure out exactly what species they saw 20 years ago, that like warms my heart so much. Those are my favorite like iNaturalist submissions. Like sometimes you see like a photo that was very clearly taken on like a film camera and it's like digging in the 70s and it's like, I don't know, some photo they took as a kid that they're only posting now or something. That's like quite rare, but so good. Yeah, fuck it. We have better image. Like, we have. Normally, I don't do this, but come on. Oh, but they look. Oh, wait, I'll just include that in the notes. I forgot, because I was gonna say, they look so cool, so it'd be kind of fucked up to just not have an image of them. Be like that. This is by, yeah, I think lots of, yeah, no, I was thinking this too, but yeah, it's probably you don't see incredible animals a lot of the time, but I also think I could find like enjoyment in the wading bits quite a lot. But I don't know. I think it's like really easy to like romanticize these things when you're not doing it. But it does seem very cool to me. But again, people are always saying, like, you know, you're not seeing, like, a crazy orca every second or whatever. But yeah, again, I'd be totally happy with that. Same thing with, like, I don't know, a lot of, like, archaeology jobs are like, yeah, I know you, like, you are mostly just digging in sand for nothing, and like once a week you find a like small pottery fragment, but I think I would find joy in my like once a week small pottery fragment discovery. I think a lot of these jobs that are mostly waiting around for nothing and then something like seemingly kind of small happens, I could find a lot of exciting. In some ways that's exactly what the stream is, right? It's like 3 hours of reading about like what the North Luzon shrew rat, and then there's suddenly like a dolphin with a cool pattern or whatever. Yeah, and I think I've like changed my mind about that. I am like spending so much more time outdoors than I like really ever did in my life. Yeah, no, I get like sunburnt very easily. I need to, yeah, just like wear a hat and sunscreen much more often, but I think with those steps it's not horrible. Yeah, a big ol' hat would go crazy. I feel like these are tidy by default, right? Like if you kind of live in the ocean. Again, I know it's different from clean. Also, like, how are you gonna be disorganized in the ocean? You have the whole ocean. You know? It's just like water everywhere you look. These things aren't like spending time on the sea floor. There's like no room for clutter or anything, you know? Swim up to 22 kilometers per hour. Oh yeah, I love how dolphins are just so curious and just will hang out with boats and swim alongside them and show off for them. I think that's extremely cute. They can be acrobatic when leaping, sometimes spinning on their longitudinal axes. That's crazy. Yeah, that is weird. I wonder if like dolphins are just extremely well monitored. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Wait, like what the hell do they mean by longitudinal here? Is that roll? I think that's a roll, right? It's yaw, pitch, and roll. Because yaw would be like turning left and right. These ones I think I actually know. Like yaw is... Yeah, roll. That's what I thought. Yaw would be awesome if they were spinning along the yaw axis. Actually, roll is kind of the most disappointing. Them like spinning around on the roll axis is awesome, but I think it's somehow the most disappointing axis they could be spinning around. Like I am picturing them doing like, you know, full circles in yaw or pitch, right? Oh, I'll pull up the diagram for the unfamiliar. Cause yeah, if it was like spinning around this way, oh wonderful, this is like, no, they can't be yaw. Surely it is roll. They cannot be doing like many spins in the yaw direction, right? They are not like spinning like a frisbee. Well, it's weird because like longitudinal is of a sphere, right? Like longitudinal is either yaw or roll depending on where you take your line of longitude. Yeah, long axis makes sense. Actually, that's probably always what it means, except over the Earth. And then it would be roll, if it's spinning about the long axis. Well, the only place I know about using longitude is with, like, the Earth, but that one's really confusing because it's perfectly symmetric. You know, it's not perfect sphere, but it's close enough. Relating to length, so it's along the longitudinal axis. Yeah, the long axis, so it gets roll then, because their long axis is the axis along which they roll. No, it's definitely... Wait, do I need to... I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw. No, this is awesome. Yeah, it's definitely a roll. This is awesome. Where's, like, Flagisk, Dolphin... I'm drawing. I just want one dolphin and I want it to be flat. Here, this one's perfect. This one's perfect. Yeah, no worries. Like... It's... 3 dimensions are just, like, confusing to talk about, is my impression from teaching multivariate calculus. Wait, I'm in the wrong paint window. But yeah, no, it's definitely like this situation, right? Because, like, surely this is the long axis, and then if they're rolling about that, it means this way. Which I think was the only thing it could be, right? Because again, like, doing 360s in either this way or this way would be insane, right? It's almost weird that they specify an axis, right? I think if they just said they will often spin in the air, they will often fully rotate in the air, you would just, like, infer that they must mean this way, because why else? And the fact that they, like, go out of their way to specify an axis makes you start wondering, are they talking about different axes from the one you're imagining? I think it's kind of weird that they even say that. I should save this image in case I need it in the future. Yeah, but flipping would be insane, right? Like, surely no dolphin. Do dolphins flip? Actually, dolphins sound like they would flip. That is messed up though if dolphins are flipping.
These spinner dolphins can easily travel 250 miles in a single day.
Like flip?
And he soon discovers just
because that was rolling. Plutoga bounty on video. Oh, sorry, you can't see. Wait, oh right, because my Microsoft Paint thing covers up everything. Sorry, no one's flipped yet. You haven't missed. See, they're rolling. I think dolphins only roll.
They are curious about spy dolphin.
Because that is pretty majestic and impressive. Echo flip, that's true. See, it's really cool and majestic, but they're not like yaw flipping. I think a yaw rotation would be too crazy. If someone wants to prove me wrong and send a video of a dolphin doing a full yaw rotation or a full... Sorry, a yaw rotation would be great, but like pitch rotation is I guess the one we're talking about. That would be amazing. Yeah, but humans have like limbs, right? What if I search dolphin backflip? I'm not convinced they can. See, these are all rolls. I think this is what people talk about. When they... Oh, there we go, never mind. Holy shit. Dolphins are insane. What the hell? I take it all back. That's stupid. That's too much. Calm down. Yeah, oh my god, multiple videos in of... Holy shit, that is silly! That is just... they're silly! Come on! What for? What possibly for? This is insane! That rules. Okay, but we still don't have a yaw flip. No, I totally get it. But you have to admit, it's incredibly silly that they actually do this. That's wonderful. That is so good. God. Okay, now I have to go whale watching. But we still don't have the mythical yaw flip, which is what I thought we were talking about for like a second, which would be insane. I need the yaw flip. I would even take a captive dolphin doing a yaw flip at this point. God, yeah. Okay, all of this to say, dolphins are... Wait, can I even finish reading? No, I got distracted by longitudinal axis. That's how this all started. When traveling, they may also leap at long, low angles in a fashion similar to swimming penguins. Wonderful. Groups of up to 100 individuals. Oh yeah. That is a yaw. I haven't thought about that. Joel is animal rotating in the yaw direction. No documented migrations, but in some areas there may be seasonal north-south shifts. Very little is known about their life history. A few other dolphins used to be grouped with them, but they split up. Well, they forage alongside other cetaceans and seabirds. That's crazy that the dolphins are like teaming up with birds. Well, I'm imagining 360 degrees, but 180 and up would be pretty impressive to me. If a dolphin like 180 in the air, that would be quite crazy. I mean, they're quite lean, right? Like, they're big, obviously, but I don't think bulky is quite the right word, because they're just so aquadynamic, or hydrodynamic is the word I'm looking for. Yeah. I mean, they're quite playful, which I think suggests a degree of higgledy-pigglediness. Were dolphins ever... Surely people hunt dolphins at some point, right? I mean, aren't they just like blubber? Yeah, 2 more shrews. Wilmeek is very chewy and tastes like beef. Yeah, I thought they look like they're so like faggy. They look quite cute. Can orcas go crazy for them? I think these are fairly tasty. And yes, there were 2 more shrews. We are getting to 100, like, it's quite crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Fable full yaw rotation. One day someone will capture it on camera. The Little Big Planet Bat. It's quite cute. I love how he's being baited with this worm. With this mealworm. I think that's awesome. No records of causes of mortality. For all we know, they do not die, is I think what they're saying here. We have yet to prove that they are not immortal. Yeah, it's crazy to get the lesser large-headed and the little big-eared in the same stream. Yeah, it's pretty cool that they are immortal. Oh, that is wonderful. That is really good. What a handsome creature. What a, like, yearbook photo this is. I love the little, like, turtleneck sweater thing it's got going on. I love the smile. That's really good. Yeah, exactly. A great job. Good question. That's so good. Little big-eared bat. On bright moonlit nights, they remain in roost until the moon goes down and will leave roost 15 minutes before it is too dark for an observer to see it. That's very nice of them. They don't wait for it to be too dark. That they leave like just before it would be too dark to see them. They just let you get the last glimpse of it before going. Oh, this is Merlin Tuttle, who's the one holding the mealworm. Thanks. I agree, thanks. Oh yeah, this is the video that image is from. Like, I mean, sorry. This is like the moment that image we have is from. I think. Because it's a guy called Merlin feeding a mealworm. Wonderful. I'd love to train a bat. Gleaning insectivore. Love a gleaning mention. Purgation behavior is opportunistic. Greening, hell yeah. Eats grasshoppers, crickets, kagagigs, cicadas, dragonflies, cockroaches. Yes! Yes, in Trinidad they pluck small ripe guavas from a tree while hovering in the air and carry them to a nearby tree to eat. That is wonderful. I love that they just carry away the little guavas to a nearby tree and eat them there. Very cute. These look tiny. Not bulky though. Like they're specifically the little big-eared bats. Are they higgledy-piggledy? Gleaning for insects feels a bit higgledy-piggledy. Like they'd be like, you know, zipping and zagging along in the air trying to catch some bug. I guess that's not very higgledy-piggledy by not much else. Tasty, no. Again, I think it's like too thin. It's too small. Yeah, I'm with you there. Carried small guavas to nearby trees. It's there. Little big. I think little big is good. And then just like wonderful photo. Yeah, no, it's weird. I find I don't get it. Yeah, I find a lot of things about how GIMP handles text in particular, and pretty much everything, like very just strange and mysterious. Yeah. And like definitely open source software that was like designed in like when was like GIMP's original release? Because it was definitely like designed like decades ago when none of how this thing should behave was standardized. Yeah, 1998. And like definitely made by people who weren't like doing a ton of like art stuff and so on. GIMP is so scary. But I have the classic thing of it's what I grew up with, that's what I'm used to. I was raised by GIMP, you know. Yeah, I feel this way with some fruits, like... Yeah. I should try more, like, weird fruits. I feel like I'm always buying the same, like, 5 fruits at the grocery store. I'm not brave. But so many fruits, what I love about the fruits I'm getting aren't even, like, my favorite fruits by flavor. It's just so nice, like, buying a plum or an apple or something and then just, like, you know, you just quickly rinse it off and then bite into it. I don't want to, like, do busy work to bite into a fruit when I want a fruit. I want to like go down to the kitchen and 3 seconds later be eating a fruit, you know? I don't want to be carving shit. I think that's the big limitations on my fruit adventures, just like I don't want something that's like messy and like many-stepped. Yeah, for a while I was getting like apples all the time. I've been trying to like be more adventurous. For a while like apples were basically the only fruits I was getting regularly. Now I've been getting a lot more like plums and nectarines and stuff, but it used to mostly just be apples, bananas, pears. Very like basic fruits. But they're good, and the thing about like getting the same like kind of fruit over and over again is you get like good at like picking out the like ripe ones and stuff. And I will maintain just that is the only like what fruit you get barely matters. Like for almost any fruit, the difference between the like ripest, best specimen of that and like a crappy one is so much wider than the difference between different variety of fruits, right? Like the best apple, the best pear, the best mango you will ever eat will blow away the average of any fruit, right? That is a little puzzling. I'm not sure if I have ever smelled a human-smelling apple, or an apple-smelling human. But I'm intrigued. Yeah, exactly. Chaerephon bivittatus. Spotted free-tailed bat. This is, again, so sad looking. Yeah. Oh god, they don't even link to my naturalist. And it's been moved to mops. Oh, but they do have one observation. Let's go. That is quite cute. It is very doggy. And yeah, the floppy ears are so good. Oh my god. Risk in crevices and or under overhangs. It is crazy to have. Oh, sorry, you can't see this, but under overhangs is crazy. Like, we've had the lesser big hegging, the big liggle, and now we have something that roosts under overhangs, you know? A free crawling individual is also a great descriptor. Probably roost communally. Yeah. I think I learned of the "what are you eating under there" trick from Captain Underpants. Like, one of the greatest, you know, parts of the Western canon. It's my genuine view. Oh, just straight up says no threats. That is quite good. This thing is not in any danger at all. Hey, welcome Dribble Ninja. Yes, indeed. I think, yeah. Don't you think there've been like there was a shrew rat. There hasn't been anything super gerbalish so far. Don't you worry. This thing does look quite, like, tiggy. Not really bulky. I think this thing would be, like, there's just this mischievous grin. I think this thing would be a little hilgy-pilgy. That is one grateful value. The worst thing is I think I tried it, like, 50 times as a kid, and literally, like, no one ever fell for it. And it's not because they were too wise. They just be like, huh? Oh, or like they'd be like you know, I say like, what? Yeah, they'd be like, they either just say and ignore the fact that they weren't under something, or they'd say the wrong thing. It's like, what you mean under? Yeah. I hope the Genki thing was fun. Again, similar as before, I don't think this one would be very tasty. This is from Berkeley campus. This is, I filmed this, like, fountain. So this image is actually flipped upside down. I was, like, filming down into a fountain that had some sculpture over it. And then I rotated the footage 180 degrees. I should go back now they have a proper camera and, like, refilm exactly this. But, you know, I could get it quite right. Yeah, I kind of like how it gives that effect. I'm glad it worked. But if you see it, the like sculpture part is clearly like for it to be underwater. Yeah, they're like if you look at the sculpture, it's hard to make sense of it if this were underwater, if that makes sense, because the sculpture is very clearly on the same side of the water as the camera. It could be like an underwater sculpture, but then I feel the reflection wouldn't quite work like this. You can like you can like tell something is wrong if you're like if you scrutinize the sculpture, I think. Welcome Lillian, welcome. Puppy. Free-crawling individual. I think that's all I have to say about the spotting free-tailed bat. Let's spin another mammal. Pipistrelle is 3 backs in a row. The rustic pipistrelle is my bet on what this is gonna be called. Oh, it's so close. Rusky makes way more sense than rustic. That was kind of a throw. Perhaps Africa's smallest bat. Yes! Yes! That gets kind of terrifying. This thing is about to devour me. It's awesome though. It is exactly that emote. That is so funny. I don't think I've ever seen this like ecstatic of a creature before on the stream. I actually don't think I've ever seen this ecstatic of a face, period. I think this is the like happiest thing I have ever seen, you know? This is the most like just pure like excitement anything has ever experienced. Helen did not comment on whether there was an anterior upper premolar, so we can't quite be sure. Yeah. It looks like the hair just swoops down here and keeps going around. I'm with you. It does not look like a symmetrical haircut. Yeah. God, that is what a photo. Hey, welcome Forrest. Welcome. Yeah. Let's just put telephone. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that is wonderful. There's like a lot of pipistrels, so unless there's another reason for it being rusty, it's quite likely isn't, but holy crap, that is cute. Oh my god. And they don't say which one, so we have to see eventually. Well, have a nice shower in cabbage and tempeh. Sounds like you're gonna be eating something good. God, this video always shows up. It does go in the rabbit hole. God, I can't go over this, it's so tiny. Those sounds. God. Flies low and comparatively smoothly. It hawks over water. Yeah, it is crazy how wide their mouths go. Here's a big day for like figuring out exactly how higgledy-piggledy different backs are. This one's gonna be the most higgledy-piggledy. Like, look at it. Image is by. Well, interestingly, they credit the photographer here, and I think it's not the person who uploaded it. Daniel Hargreaves. You mentioned that, like, its flight is much more controlled and stuff, so I think this is tidy, like, it's not being... But I guess that also means less higgledy-piggledy than I thought. Is it, like, it's not going all crazy and frenzied in the air. Yeah, we were talking about squirrels doing well in both tidy and higgledy-piggledy, and then there's the question of, like, are pigs extremely higgledy-piggledy? They're definitely piggledy. It feels messed up not to give them a really high higgledy-piggledy score. Holy shit, look at face. Relatively competent flyer. Yeah, gerbils are quite higgledy-piggledy. I am with you there. Alright, I think an ag's about to start, so let's take like a really quick break, and I will be back in a few minutes. Hello! Welcome back, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, those photos are very nice. I wonder what does that, like, again, I kind of want to know a bit more about plants. But yeah, everyone should be getting on a naturalist. But yeah, I'm curious what like makes trees grow like that. Plants are so interesting to me, just so baffling. But I think for like plant identification, often you need like a lot of photos. Like you want to get like good photos of the like leaves if possible and stuff. This might be enough if you give a location, but I think for a naturalist, they do often tell you you might not get identification unless you take a lot of photos. Same thing is true for bugs. Bugs you need like a million different angles of a lot of the time to ID. But yeah, I hope people are naturalisting it up. Oh hell yeah. I wish there were woods near me to venture into. That sounds wonderful. Yeah, I think like birch is like a genus, right? They're like technically many birches, I think. But maybe it's like there's only one of them in North America or something. And I guess it's a bit silly to like arbitrarily want everything down to the species level. Chelemys macronyx. The big night something or another. The Indian long-clawed mouse. Okay. Inactive taxon is now Crunomys macronyx. I mean, I guess those insane photo first off. I don't know, there's something crazy, just it like menacingly posed in the middle of this like strange sewage facility, kind of glowing. Really awesome. Well, let's read. There's a story here. It is a little video game mod. Okay, the horrible machine. Okay, the machine translation says we found him trapped in an ice island inside a water tank, half agonizing by the cold. Then we released him as he didn't look like the exotic rodents. There's a little video on YouTube. Oh, poor thing. I'm glad they freed him. Whoa! No, I did not know this. Oh, that's really cool. It does look like it's walking on water a little bit. I did get very confused when I saw this, because like my brain immediately thought, oh, there's some like sewage tank filled with water and then it was on top of it. Yeah, I think it is walking on water, perhaps. I do love this. I do love this. It's a very good photo. Yeah, yeah. There's something weird about it being for how it's photographed. It does kind of look like it's giant. Like there's some weird depth of field thing going on. Yeah, as RPG combat pose at all, it does. Yeah, absolutely. It gets like Super Mario RPG boss. But it's hard to like exactly put my finger on it. Like somehow I think it's a combination of a lot of things, some of which are like hard to describe. But it does, I think partly it's also like the way it's looking down and stuff. But something kind of almost inexplicable about this makes it look giant, right? But I think it partly might be some weird depth of field thing. It's like the opposite of, you know, like tilt shift photography. You know, the things where they'll take like a photo of a Siggy, but they juice up with the depth of field so it looks like it's actually miniature. It is almost durable ninja with it. But anyways, it's kind of the opposite of tilt shift. Somehow they make this thing look massive. And I think it gives also some depth of field thing. Like something about how his head is in focus, but its feet aren't. Like his hind foot aren't, makes it appear quite giant. But I think it's mostly just that, like, looking down at the tiny people below this about Chaerephon is. It looks like a kaiju to me. I'm sorry, but the Suarag is not giving immensely Taigi rat, but like immensely high Taigi scores to me. I know we established that Taigi isn't the same thing as clean, but still, man, there's like no info. We just have this one photograph. It's like shockingly bulky for being a mouse. Whoa, that's really cool. Possibly about to evolve into two things. It does feel quite higgledy-piggledy, like very higgledy-piggledy. No, but maybe a little. Absolutely think. Super Mario RPG boss. About to evolve, apparently. Just an incredibly menacing photograph. I think that's good. Oh boy. We have the paper. Yes, yes, look at that tree, look at that tree, hell yeah. Wonderful. Ichthyomys pittieri? Another crab eater! Like, we've been over how many crab eating things there are. Right? There's also the unfortunate crap eating thing that gets thrown in there. But there's a lot of crab eating things, and this one doesn't even show up in the list because it has pictures before it. Everyone's eating crabs, and everything that eats crabs is like considered notable enough that eats crabs that it should be part of your name. It's also quite terrifying that these racks are able to eat crabs. Like, I'm sure they're very small crabs, but... Yeah, exactly. Like we've talked before about how this probably doesn't mean crabs are very easy to eat, it probably means they're very hard to eat. So it's like, if you eat a crab, it's like so notable that they put that in your name. Unlike, you know, nothing's called the mouse-eating hawk, because like, yeah, no sugar-seeking mice, you know? That would be wonderful, that would be really good. Would you believe Piggy's crab-eating rat does in fact eat crabs? I mean, it could not, right? Because the whole genus is the crab-eating rats, and maybe one of them doesn't actually eat crabs. 345. That is always the best thing, when they name a genus something, and then it turns out like a bunch of members of the genus don't have that trait. Oh, I like the white dab at the end of the kale. So how big is this? Here's our scales. It's quite sizable actually. That's 4 inches long. These things are big. It's not like, it's definitely bigger than a typical rat. Maybe, yeah, bigger than a typical crab. There we go. Probably could have just cropped Gigabit Tiger, but I think the kale is cool, so I wanted to include that. There we are. Yeah, yeah. This image is by Tony. Love it. Are these chai? Whoa, would you... Well, crab eating is like famously messy, right? They give you like a bib for it. These things, as much as I love them, as much as I wish they gig, no way are they using that bib. And again, yeah, shockingly bulky. I'm imagining these are quite higgledy-piggledy. Like, I think if you're a rat that's like eating a crab, I think you're kind of going crazy with it. I think you're ripping that thing open. I think it's horrifying. I think it's higgledy-piggledy at very least. I mean, it's quite plump and it's filled with crab, you know? I'm thinking this one is a little tasty. Not many tasty creatures. I guess we haven't had, like, pig yet. Yeah, you are what you eat. Really cool tail. Yeah, I got another crab here. I think that lives in drainage canals. In cloud forests, even. There we go. Cephalophus? Rufilatus. Oh shit! Another diker. I'd much rather. I wish they were called dweekers. It's so much funner to say. That's what I initially thought it was until I looked it up. Small. Yeah, these guys are so cool and weird, and they have the strangest of heads when you look closely at them. Yeah. Also have a bit of lore, which is, before I ever streamed, I wanted to make sure the concept worked, and I wanted to do like a tech test. Like, I wanted to make sure the like wheel was capturing right and the audio was working. So I did like a little 20-minute test stream, I think. And I think the animal I got was a gaker. I think it was a bay gaker. So in a sense, it's like the 0th mammal, but it's back in the pool, and I don't think we've spun it since. And like for a while, my like review template, like when I load up in GIMP, would be just a Baygecker review. No, I've never seen one of these with my eyes. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. They're so weird. But yeah, antelope. Again, crazy to me that antelope isn't really a real thing. Antelope is just like a catch-all for ungulate we don't have a better name for. Like, it's just any ruminant ungulate that's not a cow, goat, or sheep just gets called an antelope, which I think is wonderful. Good question. I think they're not, but yeah. No, okay, so yeah. Wait, are giraffes ruminant though? I think giraffes aren't ruminant. No, they are. So yeah, I guess it's not technically that, but it is just a catch-all. Any ruminant that we don't have a better name for just gets called an antelope. Look at their heads, aren't they so weird? They're quite awesome, but oh, I love the little tuft of hair there. That's incredibly cute. We've not gone giraffe. Giraffe's gonna go crazy. I feel we've been like light, because we're like through a fifth of all mammals. I feel like we should have had like, I feel we've almost been light on like extremely iconic stuff. Like, we've had sheep, we've had domestic sheep, but that's the only like truly insane role we've had, I think. Like, we've had big cats, we've had like chiga, we had leopard. Yeah, but chiga and leopard, like, there are a lot of, like, just think, like, human, cow, horse, giraffe. You know? Oh, there are 4 giraffe species. Wait, that's insane. We've had none of them. That's not that crazy that we've had none of 4 species when we're only a fifth of the way through. But yeah. I want to say in terms of extremely iconic mammals, lion or tiger, we've been like almost slightly unlucky. Which is good, I think. Like, I'm glad we still have all those to come, you know? I'm glad we haven't burned through all the good ones. That'd be a bit depressing. But there's like a lot of big stuff. Dog, cat. There's a lot of like extremely... Pig. There's a lot of extremely iconic animals left. Yeah, we can get through pancakes, carrots, but we had like the 3 worst. Actually, I think we only had 2. I think I got confused because I was like counting chiga, which isn't one. Because yeah, we had a snow leopard, And we had leopard. We did not have any other Panthera. I think I said we had gone 3 Panthera, but I think I was thinking of Chia, which is not in that genus. Ooh, important. Oh, and a newborn Fogo. Aww, that is quite cute. I still maintain they're terrifying. I still maintain I'm scared of them. But it is kinda cute. Yes! See, it's like it is on the boundary of terrifying and cute. Yeah, they are scary. It's not just me. Wait, I hate the fucking shorts in your face. It is absolutely coming for me. Oh, that chung is quite wonderful. I can even see it, but that is wonderful. Rarely active at night. I feel like probably my YouTube just all the like recommended videos are elephant shrews. The alarm call is a shrill bark. Shy and wary, bounding into the nearest cover when disturbed. During courtship, a male chases after an estrus female, smelling and licking her rump and anogenital region. When approaching full estrus, the female will stop and urinate. The male will test the urinary hormones using the phlegm in response. Ungulates are always the most perverted, and they always go into like extreme detail about describing their courtship rituals, which is quite wonderful. Would you believe they eat pigs? But mostly leaves. Really just by and large leaves. It's weird, cause like, it sounds crazy when you hear about an animal that just mostly eats leaves, and then you think about it and it's like, there's a lot of delicious leaves out there, like arugula, spinach, a lot of like herbs, a lot of like, you know, like sage, thyme. There's a lot, bay leaves, lemon balm. I'm eating leaves. I can't make fun of these fallivores. I love leaves. This thing is tidy because it's an alien and it keeps its UFO sterile. No, it's like extremely thin is its thing, right? No, because again, it's an alien that has no, like, whimsy. This thing only, like, plucks and calculates, I think. Like, ungulates are so tasty, but again, this thing looks so bony. I have no idea. I'm still scared of these. There was a baby video that was cute, but no less disturbing than the rest. Would you believe it eats figs? Wonderful. Let's spin a mammal. Oh shit, Nogiosaurus villi? I will never get over the shrew ranges. How is this possible? How do you have a creature that, like, just lives here and probably has just lived here for, like, several million years? How is this thing not extinct, you know? Oh joy. Awesome specimen. Gifford, you can Gifford from Crawford's Grey Shrew. Shout out to Crawford's Grey Shrew. And Evogus by Subtle Cranial Features. Lives in pine oak forests. Cool. Well, what is there about Villa's Grey Shrew? Known only from 3 localities in 2 isolated mountain valleys. Wonderful. Do we have an illustration at least? 2 lactating shrews were captured in 1950. They're always saying this because I guess it's important for the breeding, but it feels so strange for them to pointing out like that. There you go, 151. It is quite a pale shrew. I guess this is why these are the gray shrews, but the strange shrew colors. I wonder how shrew milk is. Like, surely no human has tried it. So surely for all we know, it's wonderful. I think I just have to go by like default shrew metrics and the vibes of this image. This one looks a little tinier than the previous shrews. It looks much smaller than the previous shrews. It looks a little less higgledy-piggledy than the previous shrews. No, I think this one would be too bony. We have only found these in 3 spots in 2 mountain valleys. And then yeah, sure, 2 lactating villas gray shrews were captured in July 1953. What the hell? Why not? Let's spin one. Let's spin a mammal. Vayner Electromonkeys. Electro is exciting. This thing has lightning abilities. I'm sure that's what that means. Holy! The Amber Mountain Fork-marked lemur? Tiny range. Lemur. Please. It's a lemur. Surely someone has gone out and photographed this. Surely. Yes! Whoa. It does look electric type. I get why they put Electro in its name, right? This would be a lightning type, an electric type in Pokemon, right? Like, absolutely. Look at that yellow. God, that is quite awesome. Nocturnal and arboreal. Oh, it's being again. It's in the process of evolving. Where oh, Electro comes from the word amber. Wait, no, that's cool as hell. So how get like, and that makes a lot of sense for this. But how did like electricity come to? Was it like that? Feels like some weird like how we generating voltage in the 19th century kind of thing. Like, how did electricity end up having amber in its root? So Electromon is just at Amber Mountain where it occurs. Oh, weird. Interesting. That's weird as hell. Like, I can't. This is like a stupid metric, but I can't imagine getting an electric shock from like amber, you know? Whoa. That's neat. Amber Mountain footmark lemur. Evidently large. Very loud and distinctive vocalizations and unusual head bobbing movements. Hell yeah. Look at them! Look at them! Yes! Yes! That's really good. They strike me as remarkably taggy, and I can't explain it, but I think they would be. I talked about they're like no evidently quite large and stuff, and they seem fairly bulky. I think they might be kind of higgledy-piggledy. I bet lemur is kind of tasty, as like horrifying as that sounds. Like they just look so like squishy and chubby, you know? Electric type. Characteristic. Head bobbing and loud vocalizations. They love rock and roll. Log hugger. I think that's good. Oh shit, Chugay has been insane in this department. Is that like the fourth one? Maybe it's the third, and then we also have the charrette. Hey, welcome, Pomikit, man. We're getting close to 100. Oh hell yeah, Valerie! I'm honored. Wow. Very little is known. Like others, it probably lives among the leaf layers and eats insects and small arthropods. Fairly common in some locations. Appears to have a scraggy population. Oh, it's quite cute. Look at it. Great like spot they've congregated. Loessy. White-handed. True, image by Carlos Bocos, another classic of the stream. Whoa, I love to imagine that. Like, yeah, just like the size of a mole. I can totally see it. That almost, yeah. Or like bigger than a mole. If you imagine this is like a fallen tree or something, this is just like, wow. It is very fun like tricking your brain like that and seeing this as some like impossible creature. Mainly nocturnal, but cognitive. Can adapt to secondary forests. Alright, I mean, we've had so many shrews, I should be a pro at evaluating these skags. Very photogenic. They're common where they are, but we don't really know anything about them. They might actually be many species, I think the Wikipedia article mentioned. Or maybe that's GBIF. Let's spin another. Myotis, these are the mouse-eared bats, but they're also sometimes just called Myotis in the common name. Yeah, or just bag in this case, the long-fingered bat. Great face, holy shit. Look at that. It is kind of pogging. Yeah, wait, isn't that kind of Bag's whole thing? Isn't that kind of their thing? Don't they? Aren't they having long fingers? Aren't those kind of their entire wings? Is fingers? It gives a wonderful expression. Sometimes Kilgan used for medicinal purposes. Pesticides are also an issue. Oh, great face in this one too. This is really good. Look at this, like, funny hobbit. Oh. Oh yeah, I was saying something about that. I should factor that in, chicks. Case you score. Yeah, they're prey. It's crazy that this link was purple. The non-biting midges are lake flies link. Yeah, it is a very cute expression, but also very serious. I love it. Oh, fishing footage. Oh yeah. Okay, that's quite awesome. I love this cryptic ass video. Beautiful. So yet another fishing bat. But this is probably more like leaning for bugs on the surface. I don't think it's like actually catching fish. Oh wait, maybe it is? What the hell? This is wait, it is actually a fishing bat? Why do we keep getting the fishing bats? Bizarre. That's incredible though. This is full on snagging a fish. Yeah, it is a water-oriented carnivore hunting fish, aquatic insects, and other small invertebrates. Holy shit. I completely missed that. Thank you. My god. It's weird because yours is mostly insects, but it can also capture small fishes, yeah. Yeah, that's wonderful. Finger bat. I think this one feels fairly tidy. It seems like it really has its shit together, you know? It knows how to fish. It's really not. It's like kind of like round, I guess, which adds a big of bulk, but that's all I've got for it. I think, oh, I don't know, it looks so serious here, actually. I don't think it gets Higgledy Piggledy. I know I saying pop in your mouthable wasn't the same as tasty, but I think this one's both. It's got this kind of like salt and pepper appearance to it that seems really appetizing. It looks well seasoned, you know, and obviously extremely pop in your mouthable. It can fish. Oh, this also lives in limestone karst. That's good. Lives in limestone karst. Some great photos. I think that's good. Yeah, wait, is this the exact same bat that we got confused with the previous bat that we thought could fish? Because that makes sense, because it sounded like there were very few fishing bats. So this is the one that we thought we had but we didn't have or whatever. The one, I forget exactly what went wrong with the, like, fishing league. But this is the very one. That's insane. Yeah, the last one was the greater long-fingered bat. There we go. So when you have beggar footage, yeah. Because there was that whole, like, documentary about a fishing bat that I think was about this one, maybe? Yeah, no, excellent catch. Is it this guy, though?
Remarkable animal athletes on the planet. This is a fishing bat. Here in a forest in southern Belize.
I think in this southern Belize. No.
That's what a fishing bat. Here in a forest in southern Belize.
Yeah, and this one was like very much not in southern Belize. Crazy. Nimmer nimmer nibble. That's gonna be fun to say when we get it. Oh yeah. Nimmer, can we have a sneak peek at which animals should get high nimmer scores? My impression has always been nimmer scans for it's a very fun thing to say, and that's why how it is. But maybe there's some like much deeper lore there. It's also like very visually nice. It's like sonorous to the eyes. Like, I just love all the series of ridges, you know? You can kind of like forget about the laggers and just like stare at it as a sequence of bumps. I always thought it was just more an aesthetic choice, but I don't know. Yeah. Wait, that's not on purpose? That's insane. To me, it's almost that is insane. It gets good sound-wise. But I always thought it was supposed to just, like, your whole username was supposed to just be kind of a cool looking shape, almost. Like, it almost looks like some little village, right? Like, just the skyline, like, I'm imagining a little village at the, like, top of a, like, sandy hill, and those are all the buildings. Just looks like a series of, like, adjacent little structures. Yeah! Oh, hell yeah. Nivium minimi minimum nimium uini muniminum Muni ui minimum uolant. I'm cheating by reading the caption. Hell yeah. The smallest mimes of the gods of snow do not wish at all in their life that the great Yugi of the defenses of the wine be diminished. One of the, like, semantically greatest of these, like, goofy example sentences ever. I love to think about the smallest mimes of the gods of snow and their great Yugis of the defenses of the wine. Like that, you know, like Sphinx of Black Quartz. What is it? What's it about the Sphinx of Black Quartz's vows? Judge my vow. That conjures a fun image, right? Sphinx of Black Quartz, judge my vows. Judge my vow. But nowhere near as good as the smallest mimes of the gods of snow do not wish at all in their life that the great Yugi of the defenses of the wine be diminished. That is like... That, like, sentence alone you could, like, write a 1200-page fantasy novel about, you know? That is quite awesome, though. Yeah, that is quite impressive. Like, they didn't even sneak in any artists in there. But yeah, I think that's it for Longfinger Bat, and I think an ag break is about to come up. So let's really quickly take like 4 minutes, and I will be back after that. We'll see you all soon.
Wow, that was intense.
Big poor man's always intense.
Thank you. Yes, I am Mugig. Hello, welcome everyone, welcome Ribbon, welcome Villains, welcome Hero, welcome Elves Rose, welcome Cherry Scampers, and thank you so much for the rig, and welcome Millie. Yes, I'm young, I'm reviewing every mammal, including many rodents and many jerboas. This is the second best channel for jerboa content. And yeah, second most delightful mice here. But welcome in everyone. We have just finished reviewing the long-fingered bat. And let's spin another mammal. There's like 5,416 of them. I'm over 1,000 of the way through. Gracilianus ignitus. So I believe this is a dormouse, which is quite exciting with one of our oh no, they're the gracile opossums. Oh god, and this one is extinct. So this list contains some recently extinct mammals, and we are only reviewing the living mammals. It is... Yes, Cherry Scumpers, I saw Graffy's post about it, and I think in like 11 seconds after reading her description of it being a game where you wait 2 million years for a mouse on a single tile of land, trying to keep a mouse on a single tile of land safe, I just instantly bought it, and I did manage to play a bit of it. It is such a cool game. But yeah, a moment of silence for the red-bellied gracile opossum. So sad. It was one of these. No. That's so messed up. Well, another mammal, I suppose. Myotis, so this should be a bat. There are many bats, we have learned. This is the dark-nosed, small-footed Myotis. It enjoys an extensive habitat, though it's quite... These are the mouse-eared bats. So you know, we're getting in... We're it's somewhat mouse with it. Oh, that is quite cute. Look at that smile. That is kind of puppy. Yeah, they love doing this for Myotises, so Myotises and pipistrelles, they pretend these are real words regular people are using. Oh, I think we've even had pipistrelles today. There were so many pipistrelles, which are wonderful. It's a great name. God, that smile is so good. Wait, are there more photos? Oh! Okay, we're in like weird territory, because at least on a naturalist it's been reclassified as a subspecies. Look at that smile! They're such goofy creatures. Yeah, we have the rusky pipistrelle. It is kind of scary chompers with it. Oh, like a Merlin app, but for bats would be wonderful. I know that there are these like bat detectors where it'll just like scan high frequencies, but I don't think you'll identify the species. That's up to you. So something that does that for you, I would be super interested. I would buy one of those in a heartbeat. Like, I've been talking about just getting one of these, like, bat listening devices. Do you know what kind of bats are calling out at night near me? They are extremely cartoonish, like... Oh, that would be wonderful. Yeah, it is quite... I love them. It's sad we haven't evolved, like, truly giant bats. Like, the largest bats are really quite big. But I hope if we give it, like, another several million years, we get some, like... I don't know, 5-meter long bats, you know? I think that would kind of go crazy. So yeah, so for those who are new, every stream we roll 4 random adjectives. Here are Chige's adjectives. So you know what happened to the thing that was giving Jam credit? This adjective was by Jam. He must have just gone, like, swallowed up by one of the other text fields. Were there historic giant bats? As recently as 10,000 years ago. Oh, it's one of the, like, many megafauna we killed off. Wait, that's so sad. "20-inch wingspan." But that, okay. Oh, but this is probably not the one you're thinking of. Because that's, like, smaller than some extant bats. Yeah. Yeah, probably no giant bats today. Hibernates in caves, mines, and rock crevices for periods of about 5 months. This music is Amazonia from the Lost Egan soundtrack. So all the music I use comes from the soundtrack for this, like... I should show off Lost Egan because I haven't recently enough. It's this insane point-and-click cryo game with talking dinosaurs. And Stefan Peak is the composer, who unfortunately recently passed away, and he is to me one of the greatest video game music composers of all time. He was like a hobbyist who would just like collect traditional instruments from all over the world and just amass like a giant collection and would just use these for these like insane PC game soundtracks. Yeah, he also did like a pretty big like old Dune, like one of the like, I don't know, 90s Dune games or something. I think that was like the biggest game he did the soundtrack for. Dune as in like D-U-N-E, not D-O-O-M, of course. He flies slowly and erratically while foraging. So many bats are described as having like erratic flight, which I think is wonderful. Like they have not quite figured that stuff out yet. Yeah. This thing looks quite tidy to me. Not all that bulky. I think Myotis, I mean, you can see someone's like thumb here. I think this thing is quite tiny. You do have to do that pink honey bug. Higgledy Piggledy, I want to say yes because of the erratic flight. Kasky, no, this thing is much too small. Very cute and puppy-like. Flies erratically, which only enhances this. Any other notes I want to include? I think I'm happy with that. I don't have a ton to say about the dark-nosed small-footed Myotis, would you believe? Let's spin another mammal. Calomyscus mystax? Oh, the Great Balkan mouse-like hamster! Mouse-like hamster is a crazy description. Mouse-like hamster. I think I've had a mouse-like hamster before. I think this is my second mouse-like hamster. The Great... I know, Cherry, this is your joy. We keep getting mouse-eared backs and mouse-like hamsters. It's like you haven't fully converted them. They're still what they originally were, but they're gaining mouse features. We're gonna get like the mouse bear soon or something. Mouse-like is a great addition. Surely a house mouse is getting 250 on mouse like. So wait, which is our mouse-like hamster? We're looking for mystax. So we're number 4 on this image. Look at those ears. Look at this critter. Oh, that is quite wonderful. There we go. Yeah, I was wondering about that inconsistency. Yeah, the mouse-like hamsters are not true hamsters. Wait, that is very funny. That's just... Like, I kinda want to keep mouse-like hamster because it's funny to me, and it's even funnier that it's like they're not even hamsters. Yeah. It's just extremely funny to me to call something a mouse-like hamster when it's not even a hamster. Good point, creature. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, Gerbil Ninja, I'll include in the notes. I know, Brushkid Mouse is the much better name, but that is exactly why I'm calling it a mouse tail. A mouse-like hamster. Mostly eats seeds and fruits of herbs and shrubs. Wonderful. Very occasional bug. Just like very rare treat. This thing looks tidy. Not bulky at all though. I think they might be a little higgledy-piggledy. Tastier than the shrews we've had. Not even a hamster. Yeah, exactly, Nimmerniman, exactly. Eats flowers, leaves, and stems. Really wonderful ears. I think these are my main comments. Mouse like mouse, yeah. Alright, let's spin another. Oh shit! Thorax. Slender Shrew is a very fun name. Also, something insane to me. Look at its range, right? Like a ton of Russia, a decent amount of Japan, like it's up in Hokkaido, a tiny bit of China, and then just the faintest sliver of North Korea, okay? So like, appreciate that range, and then look at this. See also list of mammals of Korea? This is crazy. This is the, like, Korea's #1 shrew fan. Is just putting this under every mammal that even touches Korea. Like, look at that! It's like 90% Russia, and then most of the rest is Japan, and then it just barely pokes in. It's like, oh yeah, if you're reading about this, you're gonna want to know about all of Korea's other mammals. It must just be that someone went through the trouble of, for whatever reason, inserting this under every single mammal that happens to occur in Korea. And yeah, shrews are incredibly tiny for those herdias. Like 2 to 2.5 inches long, or 4.5 to 6 centimeters. This thing is like pinky finger size creature. If that even. Like, smaller than that. Awesome. I love when it's just, like, in Tupperware or whatever. Like, sure. They trapped it. Yeah, free the shrew. Yeah. It is funny, this is the only way you can, like, if you want to see a shrew, my understanding is you just need to set up a lot of cups full of mealworms. And you also have to, like, check them every 30 minutes, because if a shrew goes an hour without eating, it just dies, which is a pretty brutal life to have to lead. They're not even, like, affording the luxury of full days and nights. Instead, they just have to be, like, awake for 45 minutes at a time, and then, like, sleep for 20 minutes over and over again for its entire life. It's been, like, every waking second in desperate search of food. Yeah, I mean, I think it varies a bit. I think some shrews are I don't know if any shrews have like full day-night cycles, but the vast majority of shrews are like that. Yeah, the vast majority of shrews are just active at day and night in like tiny micro days, basically. They just alternate between periods of activity and rest, and they do have to eat. And they just eat voraciously. Like most shrews will die if they don't eat for a few hours at least. I guess, as other people pointing out, the like upshoot of this is when you're that small, when you're the size of the pinky bit of a pinky finger, and you just live at the floor of the forest, like there's just food everywhere. Like you just dig in the soil, and there's just immediately some bug you can eat. So in that way, they never have to like, you know, wait a while for food. Like they can afford to have to eat every hour, if that makes sense. Yeah, that is true, They're like so small and weird, and to like save on energy consumption in the winter, their bones actually shrink. Like their skull and brain just shrinks in the winter so that they can get away with eating less. They're such alien creatures. As a piggy, we know so little about the average shrew. Every time I roll a shrew, it's like a ton of just like really dry, weird taxonomic, like bogus karyotypes. Okay, wait, no, there's some good stuff about this. It mostly moves on the ground surface, it can dig soil, but does not construct a tunnel system by itself. I love how this sentence is phrased. Like, does that mean it is getting external help in constructing a tunnel system? Are some, like, other creatures, like, lending a hand in the slender shrew's tunnel construction? Yeah, they do go into standby mode. Yeah, they get, like, they contract out help. Well, 400 and something of them, which is that's skill 1 in 10, so that's like 2 per stream, right? That's like really quite a lot. Plus I like cheat and include the tree shrews and the marsupial shrews. So that bumps up the counter by like another 100 or so, if you include all the weird shrews. The slender shrew is common but often subdominant in the shrew community. I don't think they need to get into all of that. I think they should allow the slender shrew a little more privacy. Yeah. It eats harvestmen. It just eats farmers, is how I'm reading this as. I don't know what else a harvestman would be. Okay, shrews are like very not tidy for the reason of they don't have time to, they're always eating. It's like, for its size, it's a little bulky, right? It's like very rotund. Oh, yeah, I think I knew that. I think I like had heard of this before. Aren't they, they're like not the same kind of, are they even like spiders? Is there like some weird thing where they're like technically not spiders? Or is it just that they're like very far evolutionarily from the like common spiders? Yeah, no, they aren't, yeah, gaggy longlegs like aren't spiders. They're like another type of arachnid, I think. Sorry, I should not like look up spiders unprompted. In case there's any like arachnophobia, but yeah. Yeah, I think they are in their own order. Like just disjoint from spiders. Yeah, spider warning. Yeah, it is very funny how whenever I'm reading about one bug, it's like, okay, this one stupid bug, there are more species of it than there are of mammals. Like, that's crazy. There are more harvestmen, there are more known harvestman species than there are like mammal species. Like 5,416 is so tiny. You know how many moths there are? There's like 160,000 species of moths. Hey, welcome Benami, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think Jaggy Longlegs is one of these things where you like...
Wow,
Doomvega, thank you so much for the raid,
Big old
welcome.
man's always intense.
Welcome, welcome. Jagged longlegs is one of these like weird regionalized terms that like refers to a different thing everywhere. Like potato bug or whatever refers to a different creature in every little patch of North America. But yeah, like, there's weirdly few mammals, I guess because mammals just haven't been around for very long, evolutionarily. These things look quite higgledy-piggledy to me. This one looks tastier than the other shrews, but still not very tasty. It's very pop-in-your-mouthable. Right. Like, what do we learn about this shrew? I'm already... Oh yeah, Korea is trying to steal slender shrew. Valor does not construct tunnels by itself. Does it get help? And then Eeks harvestmen. Farmers, perhaps. Sure. 102. I feel like that you knew that number. I feel that was not looked up. Let's spin another mammal. Eidolon helvum. Oh, straw-colored fruit bat. Quite a weird guy. Look at those eyes. I don't like the eyes on this. It's like immensely disturbing to me. It's the most widely distributed African megabat. Oh, this one's quite cute. This one's quite cute. I think that was just an extremely unflattering photograph, right? Like, this is not the best angle for that guy. Cause, like, look, that's quite, like, puppy with it. Yeah, something about the, like, skull, like, the skin just being really tight around the skull. From October to the end of December every year, in the largest migration of mammals on the planet, up to 10 million straw-colored bats congregate in Kasenka National Park, Zambia. Holy shit. And this was only discovered in 1980. It is kinda cute. It is kinda cute, but it is quite freaky as well. Wait, but that's insane. Yeah, megabags and microbags are two different bags, and it's like weird because it's not. There's like one group of microbags that are technically. So the like megabags all eat fruit, and the microbags all eat bugs and echolocate, while the megabags don't. But there's like one exception. There are like a couple megabags that behave just like microbags or vice versa, and we only found out through like analyzing DNA that they belong to the other groups, which is like very perplexing on many levels. Like, it's just some weird convergent evolution thing where like some megabags basically evolved into microbags by themselves. But yeah, it's funny because like Australians' impressions of bats are very different from North American impressions of bats because they're almost completely different creatures. They're like 10 times the size of our bats over there. Yeah, that is insane. That is... And we just like didn't know about this, like the scientific community just didn't know about this about 1980 until like 1980. It would be kind of incredible seeing that, right? It'd be kind of terrifying. I don't know, there's something like unsettling of just the idea of like 10 million bats gathered in one place. Like everywhere you look would be like that. They could just like devour you in an instant, you know? God, that is incredible. Bats love to do this, yeah. I guess it's just, there's something so overwhelming about thinking about that number, you know? Yeah, exactly. Oh, airborne piranhas got, like, flag for misogyny. I think this must be some, like, other language slang. But it's weird that you just cannot talk about piranhas by default in Twitch chat. Yeah, exactly, Valerie. They are hunting for bushmeat, which is, I think, the first time we've, like, seen the explicitly stated on one of today's mammals. In some zoos, they're fed a marmoset diet? Surely that doesn't mean we're feeding marmosets to them, right? That must just mean we feed them the same thing that we feed marmosets, right? There's no way we're just feeding the... feeding these to the fruit bats, right? Wow. Yeah, I'm... Great photo. Quite. I love this one. I love this one. I wonder if it says what it's eating. Whoa, Naga Fig! Naga Fig, shockingly. Oh, that does look delicious though. I could go for a cola cordifolia. They are such doggies. Hell yeah, Archibald. I feel like children's like fact books, like, you know, 100 crazy facts for kids, love to talk about these like hyper-specific phobias, but I'm convinced all of them are invented by other crazy fact books for kids, and then there's just some like constant like regurgitory cycle of more and more of these being invented with more and more outlandish names, you know? Yeah, no, it'll definitely be a very good role, and it's very fun talking about these names. I'm always just, I always like wonder what's going on with these. It's like the names for groups of animals, like, you know, a murder of crows, parliament of owls. All the more obscure ones are just completely made up and then like reported on as like these fun facts. Like one guy will just be like, oh, I'm gonna call a group of dugongs, you know, a library of dugongs. Won't that be fun? And then whatever penguin children publisher or whatever will be like, oh, kids, did you know? A group of dugongs is called a library of dugongs. Isn't English crazy? It's like, I feel like the fun facts for kids, like, industry has some like really shady practices going on, you know? Is Pixel the seeds after eating fruits? That does not point kindly to its Tiggy scores. They manipulate their food with their feet and mouth. Thank you. They open large fruits at bottoms and can cling with thumbs to outside of a fruit or adjacent branches. Hello, egg pre-roll. Yeah, I should check the actual size. Especially given that, like, bulky is on the, is one of the criteria. Chige. Let's see. So yeah, 15 to 20 centimeters, so that's like 6 to 9 inches head to body length. So like really quite big, but not crazy. Not yeah, that's like pretty typical megabat. They're like flying foxes are much bigger often. It's kind of a medium bat. But it's great because like a lot of the microbats are like palm, like just fit nicely in the palm of your hand basically. Yeah, I think the whole thing about spitting out seeds everywhere does not point to tagginess. They're like, yeah, fairly bulky, but not crazy bulky. The spitting out seeds things might help here though. Actually, and that video looked extremely higgledy-piggledy of the like 1 million of them flying around. These are hunting for their meat and eating, so I have to imagine they're kinda tasty. Every year, 10 million these congregate in one park in Zambia, and somehow the scientific community only learned this in the 80s. But yeah, welcome egg, welcome. Spits out the seeds everywhere as it eats. I think that's good for the oh yeah, and just like main bat of Africa, it seems. It seems like it's like one of the most abundant bats in Africa, if not the most. So that's pretty cool. Pretty iconic creature. Like, especially because Africa is like crazy bat diversity. There's like a ton of bats in Africa. Alces calamianensis. We've had this genus before. Oh my god. Calamian deer. Also known as the Calamian hog deer? What about this is hog? Is anyone getting any hog out of this? It is known as the hog deer because when it is fleeing from danger, it gashes through underbrush with its head down like a hog, instead of jumping over barriers like other deer. What a like strange reason for it to have a name. It goes under things instead of over things, so it's a hog, it's a pig. They're crepuscular. You love a crepuscular creature. You love when they're active at sunrise and twilight. They're mostly solitary. They have a soft, high-pitched nasal call. Yeah. No, it's just so funny to call it, like, hog-like in particular, just because hogs also go under things. It's, like, such a weird stretch to me. You just call, like, a hog gear, because it sure there's, like, one hyper-specific thing in common. Unlike the hog badgers, which just hag a pig snout. Whoa, we found, like, fossils of these. It seemed like, okay, so we have evidence of, like, very early humans hunting these. Oh wow, crazy restricted range, oh my god. Yeah, that would make sense. Like, we would kept, like, mistaking these gears for a hog because they did that. That's in the Philippines. I don't know the name of that island. Or at least I think it's the Philippines. It's a bit confusing because this is, like, Malaysia and Indonesia here. And this is the Philippines here. I don't know who owns exactly which island, but that's where we are geographically. Like, between... Philippines, Indonesia's like over here, Malaysia's like over here. But what is this island? Does it say? Yeah, it gets Philippines. It's the Calamian Islands. Interesting. It's crazy to have all that good scriptures like hog gear, and then it just looks kind of like a normal ass gear, which is great. I love a normal gear, but still. Wonderful. Just by Aaron. This is the Calamian gear. If there's any more about their like behavior or anything. Off, yeah. I think we got everything. God, there are only like 550 of them, but I guess given how small their island, their range is, that's not like crazy shocking. And they're only rated as vulnerable, so maybe they're like pretty safe currently. Because you think with such a small range in population, might be worse off. They strike me as tidy creatures. Like, fairly bulky. Again, they're like a bit too, like, lean. Even though they're, like, much bigger than all the mice we've been getting, they're a bit too lean. I mean, they behave pig-like. How much more higgledy-piggledy does it get? Oh, they've been reclassified? That's unfortunate. Oh, this thing is delicious. Like, I hate to say it, but there's no way this thing isn't good as hell. It's like venison, right? Called that because it ducks under things. Like, call it a hog gear sometimes because it ducks under things like a pig instead of, yeah, true, jumping like a gear, like other gear. Only found on like one little cluster of islands. Yeah, Archibald, that's a good point. Oh, and something about the sound. The sound it makes is so cute. Yeah, it has soft, high-pitched nasal call. That's wonderful. Yeah. We've been going for quite a bit. I'll probably call it pretty soon. Maybe on the next Goog roll. Like if this is a Goog mammal, I might call it after this. Alces americanus. It's American something or another. Oh, okay, I think this is a good roll. I would say this qualifies as an above average roll. Holy shit, I want to see a moose so bad. I keep thinking about how bad I want to see a moose. They are like giant. Like I think until you like actually see a moose, it's hard to understand how big moose are. But moose are giant. No, but they are gear actually, taxonomically, which is quite fun. They are true gear. They're just really big gear. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Moose. Moose. Sure. They're being reintroduced can form our habitats. So one thing I'm worried about is this Alces americanus. Oh no. So this is some taxonomic thing where they classify American moose as separate from European mooses, and they're now merged. Do I cheat for the first time ever? What does GBIF have to say? Because I think I have 2 entries for Alces. No. GBIF has it as its own species. Okay, good. Okay, this flies. So technically we're only reviewing North American mooses, as opposed to the, like, elks of Europe? Which might be the same species, but the jury is still somewhat out. Holy, like, look at this creature! Look at this! Hey, thank you for the follow, welcome! They have a proboscis! They're so funny. They're such like weird puppet creatures. And they're like it's great that they look so goofy, and they're also like terrifying because they're like gigantic. Yeah, exactly. They're like both these like incredible, noble, majestic creatures, but then also just like very goofy and strange looking. Hell yeah, welcome noble woman, welcome. So their proboscis is something to do with just browsing aquatic vegetation. Oh, it can like seal. It can seal its proboscis shut while like it's browsing underwater. It uses its sense of smell to detect nearby water sources, to find food under snow, and to detect mates and predators. It's like semi-aquatic. I feel like everything that lives that far north becomes like semi-aquatic. This is insane. Oh, we can hear them mating. Wonderful. Orcas eat mooses? Eat moose? That's deeply messed up. That's... Am I allowed to play moose mate audio on Twitch? It is quite... I was not expecting it to actually be that explicit. Wow. Let's maybe stop that there. Insane. Why did they include that? It's like almost worse that it's just audio, you know? Yeah, like, if you ignore the antlers, you ignore the, like, beautiful, majestic shape, and just look at that snout, they're so silly. They're so weird looking. I wonder if they talk at all about the... Yeah, it's just controversial to this day whether American moose and European moose are the same creature. Interesting. Include... So to get observations, what we want to do is just make sure that whatever we get... Holy shit, like look at that. See, this is what I mean, like yeah, look at that, that's an alien. Is this one in North America? No, this one's from Sweden, so that's the wrong kind of moose. I need to see a moose so bad. You know? How big are moose? Is there like... Oh, there's no chart. Yeah, like look at that, right? That is deeply crazy. I mean, here there's a bit of like perspective shenanigans going on where it's like closer to the, considerably closer to the camera than the people are, but like look at that. Imagine seeing that. American moose. And this image is by Dan Vickers. Yeah. Our moose is tidy. It's so wonderful that mooses survive. I feel like humans kind of hunted every big mammal to death, but I guess they're just so far north there just weren't enough people to wipe them out. Look at this like ancient extinct moose. Yeah, we did wipe out the mammoths. God, they're just such incredible creatures. Oh, so they avoid areas with little snow just because it increases the risk of predation by wolves. Wolves are quite insane. It's crazy that something the size of a dog can just like hunt moose, you know? But yeah, exactly. They are just kind of really big deer, I guess. The moose are fully capable of killing bears and wolves. In one rare event, a female moose killed 2 adult male wolves. They roar? If they roar? That's pretty impressive. That is terrifying. That is incredible. It's so weird. They're such aliens. Yeah. If they're tiny, but they're extremely bulky. They're quite higgledy-piggledy. They're just, again, it's just like, they're strange in a weird way. I would not like... I would not know what to expect if I ran into them. I feel like they could be erratic. Very tasty. We've been like hunting them for time immemorial. Holy shit. Crazy that they're just like really big deer. One of these killed 2 wolves by itself. They roar insane style. They have a proboscis. They're like crazy aquatic. They get eaten by orcas sometimes. Wow. Yeah. I mean, what's there to say? It's moose. I love moose. Wonderful. That was an excellent roll. I'm a bit disappointed by it being like one of 2 moose species and not the one that gets the main name. Even though to me the North American moose is much, I'm obviously biased, but much more iconic than the European one. But oh my god, someone who I didn't know was back to streaming is streaming. Someone who was here very recently. Okay, I have no... Wait, did that not work? Why did that just like post in chat? What the hell? Oh, I probably did have a space. There we go. Thank you all so much for coming by. Wonderful mammals today. This was a lot of fun. I hope you all had a nice day. Yeah, no, I really got into it. Yeah, everyone say hi to PW, recent co-host, wonderful streamer. Hasn't streamed in a bit, so it's really nice to see them streaming again. And I will see you all next time. Bye everyone.